Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing on parking P3 today. It is Thursday, October 10th, 2024. This is United Airlines Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. 777-200 9 hours and 33 minutes underway. 26-year-old airplane, first flight February 1998. Hey there, Jinshin, Maria, Yannis. Good morning. Hey there, KLM fan. So, it's a bit showery today. Ex-Hurricane Kirk passing overnight, passing the Netherlands. Not a lot of wind. Bit of showery weather, that's all for the time being. This is what it looks like from over here. You can see the showers in the vicinity. Wind is approximately coming from the northwest, so over there is where you need to look to see what is coming, and you can see rain is coming. It is the north-south runways that are open now for business, with later 06 as secondary runway for arrivals. Hey there, Mark, good morning. Semi HD, Lois, good morning. Andre, goedemorgen. Yvonne, good morning. Matthijs, Mark, goedemorgen. Dini, goedemorgen, good morning. Arnoud, goedemorgen. Blackburst, goedemorgen. Kasper, good morning. Good morning, Sheila, good morning. Nielsie, Miranda. All others who have joined already, good morning. Sun and raininess. Also, a couple of 747s are underway. A quick look on flight radar will tell us that Cargolux arriving from Nairobi is already flying in the vicinity of Utrecht and is expected in 10 minutes from now. And Saudia has also entered Dutch airspace already and is expected in 20 minutes from now. Zooming out a little bit, there is also the KLM Cargo arriving from Nairobi, another 747 that is expected around 11:25, has just passed Jesus, which is off to Dalaman. So Jesus will not be bothering us today. The A380 is underway and is expected around 1:30. Suparna is also expected around 1:30. And current runway use is this. The METAR, wind blowing from the north-northwest, 12 knots. It is decreasing slowly. Scattered clouds at 4,000 feet, few clouds at 2,000 feet, few clouds at 1,000 feet, light showers and rain, towering cumulus clouds, temporary periods of visibility 7,000 meters. The air temperature is 12 degrees Celsius. Now you can already see it has begun to rain over here. Dirkie, goedemorgen. Meilof, goedemorgen, good morning. Rob, goedemorgen. André, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey there, John, good morning, good evening for you. Maud, goedemorgen. Hey there, Lee, good evening. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hey there, Mrs. Professor, I hope all is well. Should stay dry over here with the wind blowing from behind. Should be standing in the cover of the garage. Another Embraer 175. Another rare Embraer is coming in. After this rare and rare, it is time for KLM Flight 644, arriving from New York JFK, a 787-10 Dreamliner. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Gijsers, goedemorgen. So yeah, rain in the meantime has stopped again, or mostly stopped. Visibility is returning. Privileged oil, A321, I think. Not exactly sure. Outbound by the looks of it. See, KLM Flight 644. There we go. This is KLM Flight 644, arriving from New York JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 15 minutes on the way. The PHBKI, 4 years old, first flight August 2020. Now, Lee, thank you so much. A big thank you. 10 gifted memberships just now by Lee Martin. That is extremely generous. Thank you so much for that, Lee. I hope that the people who were the recipients of the gifted memberships will thank you for it. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Lee for 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. That is above and beyond. PHBKI making its way over to 36 right, returning from New York. Doing a beautiful wheelie, because why not? Plenty of water on the runway, but it seems like an idle reverser landing. And Maria Lise is doing a little better. No longer the flu, but not completely over it yet. She has gone back to Belgium yesterday. I'm sure she'll join in the chat later today at some point. But not yet fully recuperated, unfortunately. And you can beautifully see through those see-through engines. Another heavy hitter is coming into 36 right. Air Canada Flight 808, a 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Toronto, Canada. There it is. Air Canada Flight 808 on its way to the runway. 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 37 minutes underway. 7-year-old airplane. First flight October 2017. And indeed, Andre, one of those rare and rares. You can sometimes see them over here. This is definitely the place to be if you want to see rare and rares. Now the next airplane after this, already established on the glide slope, but I think it is not visible yet because of the cloudiness. Is the cargo lux 747 arriving from Nairobi? The first of, what was it, 4? Hadi Marian, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Nico, goedemorgen. Toefik, goedemorgen. Hey there, aviation man. Good evening. Welcome one and all. Going under. Yeah, this one is using the reverses alright. Bank rubber look. Alrighty, the first queen next. Cargo lux, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Operated by Cargo Lux Italia. 8 hours and 18 minutes on the way. Should be next. I think it is visible already. Where did I see it just now? It was visible momentarily. Very briefly. There it is. Okay. First queen of the show, Cargo Lux Italia. Flight 2613. Returning from Nairobi, Kenya. 8 hours 19 minutes on their way so far. A 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. Hadi Patrick, goedemorgen. And a massive big thank you to Sheila for just becoming a member again. Thank you for choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge once more. Hope you will like it in the lounge. You did keep your seat warm. Now, let's see. Definitely using the reversers. Cleaning the runway. Sadly, the wind is not working in our favor today because it is blowing all the noise away. I already put the ambient volume a bit higher, but it's still not as good as when the wind would be blowing this way. Mrs. Professor, celebrating 13 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mrs. Professor. Mrs. Professor says, thanks for going out in less than ideal conditions. Well, it's not ideal, but it's definitely not too bad. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mrs. Professor. I hope all is still good in the lounge. Do let me know if something is wrong. Let me see what I can do about it. Now, you might be picking up on the sound of suitcases. People are walking here with suitcases. That is what you are picking up probably on the mic. And thank you so much for your kind words there, Sheila. Doing the best I can. Indeed, Josegi, good morning. Cargolux from your hometown, Nairobi in Kenya. Cargolux now on its way to its parking, which is adjacent to runway 0624. Center runway is being used for departures. We have Cathay Pacific being parked over there, the A350-1000, and a KLM A330 is getting pushed back, or is it getting moved? Fuck D. Also a massive big thank you to Lois for your continued support, 10 months of membership. Thanks boy for the great streams and fun banter. You're welcome, Lois. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for your continued support. Now, the active runways are on the other side, so this A330 is probably getting towed to the hangars for maintenance. So, big picture overview, showery weather right now passing over the Netherlands. You can see they're everywhere. They're not big, they're not long in duration, they're not substantial in intensity, but they are still here, occasionally causing a little drizzle. This is KLM flight 1772, arrival from Berlin. It's a 737-700. 55 minutes underway. PHBGG is its registration. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2009. Hey there, Yorkshire Traveller, good morning. Jens, good morning. Adri asks if they are towing an airplane, is there a pilot on board? I'm not sure if it is a pilot that is on board, probably not, but there is somebody in the cockpit. I do know that. Airplanes always have their parking brake set when they are parked somewhere, so somebody has to release the parking brake and has to set it again once the tow truck is decoupling. So at least for that, yeah, indeed, like Arnoud is already mentioning, brakes, beacons. EasyJet A320neo arrival from Gatwick next. Also looks like there is a BizJet lined up ready to take off shortly. Or is it... No, I think it is lined up to take off. Do I have... Yeah, I do have inbound and outbound both enabled on my flight radar filter. For some reason this one doesn't register, but it does have the lights on and it seems to be lined up. Hey there Ian, good morning. Army vet, good morning. Thank you so much for a very generous super chat there. No accompanying text along with it, but thank you so much for your very kind donation, sir. And very good morning to you and to all others who have joined in the meantime. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing in parking P3 with showery weather surrounding Amsterdam Schiphol Airport right now. The north-south oriented runways in use now with departures to the north and arrivals to the north. And we're eyeing a bizjet that is lined up on runway 04 that I think is going to take off pretty soon, even though I'm not seeing it on flight radar. Now, I spy with my little eye the Orange Pride, also there. In the meantime, just as I am moving away the camera, it's always happening when you're moving away, the bizjet is taking off. Still not visible on my flight radar, so I don't know where it's going to go to. But we are able to see it take off from runway 04. Beautiful backdrop. Call him inbound. Call him incoming, I should say. Transavia, no, apologies, that is Sun Express returning from Konya, a 737-800, which is probably going to exit, yeah, where is it going to exit? Still has a bit to go. Another Dreamliner is on the move. This looks like the Dreamliner to Cape Town, KLM Flight 597, which I wouldn't be surprised if it was going to take off from the center runway. Not catch a glimpse of it. No time to waste though. Saudia is coming in. Second queen of the show. Arriving from Jeddah, flight 933. There you go. Put those reversers to work. Massive. 27-year-old airplane, this one. First flight November 1996. Oh, it's going for the tight turn. Meanwhile, a massive big thank you to Arnoud for your continued support. 9 months of membership, and Arnoud writes, thanks for the 9 months of fun on the stream. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. glad to hear you guys are enjoying yourselves and are having fun during the streams. That's the most important thing, having fun. Saudia Cargo. Now runway 36 is going to stay the primary runway for inbound traffic today, which means it's going to stay open for traffic from the east all throughout the stream. Runway 06 is acting as secondary runway. Hey, is it going to pass us over here, or is it... Oh yeah, I think it's going to follow the Sun Express, so it's probably going to make a left-hand turn over here. For a moment it had me confused. Hey, an army vet, what are you doing? Another super chat, this time with comment. Appreciate the stream. Sorry for no comment in the on the first one. That is absolutely not necessary to apologize, mate. Two massive donations in such a short period of time. That is above and beyond, mate. Hadi Paul, goedemorgen. Janus, good morning. Lucky Meow, good morning. Fuck D is still standing there, probably waiting for an opportune moment to pass the runway. Hey there, reticent guy, good morning. Texas, good morning. Gino, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Rondje Schiphol, yeah, it had me confused for a moment as well. Now it is going back to its parking adjacent to the Kaagbaan 0624. Triple 7 getting pushed back. Not exactly sure if that is also going to be towed to a hangar or if that is a departure. Looking on flight radar, not seeing anything, or unless, no, it's the Dreamliner. I think this one is going to get towed to a hangar. Now we have glide slope visibility, a 2-airplane glide slope shot. Coming in is Tarom, arriving from Bucharest. Also read the other day that Tarom is going to retire their A318 at the end of this month. Would be nice if we still were able to catch a glimpse of it. The article said they have 4 in their fleet, but 1 is still operational, and they are going to retire it by the end of the month. That only leaves Air France with the baby bus, and that too is going to end soon. I think they're going to replace them all with 8-20s. Hey, bom dia Maria, good to see you again. Now this was a Tarom 737-800. And next coming in is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Birmingham. Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva behind it. The lights look a little bit pixelated because I'm in the far end of my digital zoom. Airplanes are landing a little far away today. Yesterday it looked for a moment like runway 27 was going to be used for arrivals as well. The wind is more to the north than I think was expected yesterday. Saudia still making its way back to the parking spot. Hey, Air Baltic has been pushed back. Which we could see being parked initially. Coming in. Now, another member has gone green. Reticent guy celebrating a year of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support. Going green. Thank you so much for your continued support. A year has gone by already. Hey Jean-Yves, salut. Good morning, good to see ya. Hope all is well. Big picture wise, this is what it currently looks like. Wind is blowing from the north-northwest. So that is approximately from over there. Standing in parking P3, as you guys can see. The north-south oriented runways are being used for departures and arrivals today. We have a TUI Dreamliner that has just been pushed back. And a KLM Dreamliner here as well. Hey Dion, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. This, I think... No, it's not visible. Huh? Also not visible. How come? And Air Baltic to Tallinn is visible. Okay. Also on the move. Going back to Tel Aviv. Oh, hey, check it out. The A340-600 being towed. From 36 center. Columns unfortunately in the way, so this is most you can see of it. Now let's see, KLM 598 arrival from Cape Town, established on the glide slope of 36 right. Looks like it is going to be the fourth to arrive. Hey there, David. Good morning. And all others who have joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are looking at an A340-600 against the backdrop of the buildings surrounding the train station of Hoofddorp, where the sun is shining. Now the sun isn't shining everywhere, unfortunately. Showery weather today. Or at least in the morning. North-south oriented runways are in use for inbound and outbound traffic. We have an SAS A320 coming in from Stockholm next, flight 1553, 1 hour 51 minutes underway, 18 years old, first flight June 2006. Plenty of moisture on the runway, as you guys can see. Croatia just landed, as you guys could also see in the foreground. Hey Paul, tuning in from partly sunny Leiden. Let's have a look at the general aviation platform. Okay, turboprop on the move. Quite a few biz jets still parked over there. And that is the Dash 8-100 from Coast Guard. So I guess they're going out for a patrol round. Hey there, Misom. Good morning. Wow. KLM Flight 598 is approaching. Let's turn around, have a quick look at it. The Dash 8 is still taxiing to the beginning of the runway for its departure. Hopefully we'll be able to catch the landing of the 777 first and then the departure of the Dash 8. Hey there, Debbie, good morning. This is KLM Flight 598, 777-200 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, 11 hours and 3 minutes underway. And this is the PHBQL, 18 years old, first flight February 2006. Hey, Jendrosek, good morning. Hey Richard, goedemorgen. Arno, goedemorgen. Fijne dag. Lance, good to see you, mate. Grungy weather indeed. Showery weather in the vicinity of Schiphol, this morning at least. We did have a little rain earlier. It is surrounding the airfield. They're not substantial showers. And we are seeing bits of blue here and there. Should get better weather in the upcoming days though. Now, where was it? I think a bit further to the right already. Yep, there it is. The Dash 8-100 of the Coast Guard. Turning on to runway 04 to take off. Light looks a bit pixelated because I am very much in the top end of digital zoom. This would be the top end of optical zoom, i.e. not magnifying any pixels. Now, see, the runway 06 is also in use for arrivals. Means that just one runway is open for outbound traffic. That is presumably Polderbound. Hey, Georgios, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Here it is, the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard. Lined up. Bom dia, Mr. Senor Doutor Excelencia. Hey there, Peter P. Good day. Turboprops have become quite rare indeed at Schiphol Airport. We used to have Flybe flying in with them on occasion before they went bankrupt. I think that was the last airliner that operated them. Now I think the only regular occurrence is this Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard. Hey there, Martin 010. Is that a rebranding of Martin Air? I think it might be. Now, in the meantime, KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena is approaching. Which will happen first, the departure of the Dash 8 or the landing of the Dreamliner? Hey there, Bob, good evening. Welcome back. Hope all is well. All right, showtime. There's the Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. Yeah, and not just that, Lance. Also quite a bit more 747s back in the day than these days. In that respect, airplane spotting has become quite boring over the past couple of decades. Much more variety in airplane types and carriers 2 decades ago than these days. Now we are able to see some interesting movements over there. We have the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 being removed, and also the KLM 100 years 787-10 Dreamliner is being towed. Now we are going to see ITA Airways flight 108 next to land on runway 36 right. And indeed also some sunshine. You're absolutely right, David. Much more variation back in the day than these days. It's all twin jets. All sounding more or less the same. Why am I still standing here filming this? Boring. Hey, Delta getting pushed back. So one airplane is arriving, the other is being pushed back. Let's see, this might be a departure. Delta Airlines flight 179 to Portland, Oregon, I think this is. Awfully quiet here, the wind is blowing away from us, or is blowing the apron sounds away from us. I already increased the sensitivity of the ambient mic a little bit to catch as much of the ambient noise as possible, but standing here in real life it is also eerily quiet, really. And Noah is asking where I'm standing. This is parking P3. It's a parking garage which has an open top floor overseeing the airport. Now, showers in the vicinity, you can see another one drifting in. Exactly the reason why I'm standing here today and not to add Polderbaan for departures, for instance. Lovely vistas. This looking in this direction, it looks much more cheerful than the other way around. Next coming in to runway 36 right is ITA Airways flight 108. Arriving from Rome, and it is an A320neo. Beautiful blue. 1 hour and 48 minutes underway. It's ahoy. Hoi means hi there in Dutch. H-O-I, hoi. Ahoy. Not a ho, but a hoi. Brand new airplane. Began flying in March 2024. Indeed, Noah. Now it is a little bit of a pain in that you know what to get here. You can get here by car, obviously, but the parking garage itself is very expensive. Now, if you are arriving at the terminal building, there is a free bus that transfers between this parking garage and the terminal building. Otherwise, it is a bit more elaborate to get here. Jeff asks if I've seen the Hode lately. I think it was a week ago that we last saw her. Beautiful Italian hoe. Hey Jesse, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We are standing in parking P3, overlooking the apron and inbound traffic to runway 36 right. And this is the Ahoy A320neo, having arrived from Rome. This is an Air Canada Flight 900, having arrived from Montreal. If I recall correctly, it landed on runway 06. Indeed, Maria. Parking in the garage, 50 euros a day. For the rich and wealthy. Here's the Fokker 100 at the Panorama Rooftop Terrace. If you joined us just now, you already missed the arrival of two 747s. Let's do an update of the weather and also have a look at what else is coming. More 747s are underway. The wind direction hasn't changed, still north-northeast and north-northwest, varying around 12 to 13 knots. We have several layers of clouds, scattered clouds at 4,000, few clouds at 2,000, few clouds at 500. Still light showers and rain being warned for. Towering cumulus clouds in the vicinity, temporary periods where visibility drops to 7,000 meters. Air temperature 12 degrees C. This is what is coming. The next 747 is already approaching the Dutch border and is expected to land around 11:25. KLM Cargo, the third 747 of the show. The fourth is going to be Suparna Airlines, expected around 1:40 p.m. The A380 5 minutes earlier, 1:35 p.m. I'm sticking around until these two have landed, which means we will have 4 queens and 1 king in this show. Let me also update the ticker with the weather. For those of you who don't know what it means, the METAR is the weather report for the airport, updated twice an hour. 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. EHAM is Schiphol Airport, one of the international abbreviations. And then it is the 10th today. The report is from 8:25 Zulu time. That is 10:25 Central European time. In other words, from 20 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago. Wind 13 knots from 330 degrees. Visibility 9999 means 10 kilometers or more on ground level. Warning for light showers and rain, SHRA. Few clouds at 500 feet, few clouds at 2,000 feet, towering cumulus clouds, scattered clouds at 4,000 feet. The air temperature is 12 degrees C. The dew point is 9 degrees C. The air pressure is 997 hectopascals and there are temporary periods lasting less than a half hour where visibility drops to 7,000 meters. Showers in the vicinity, you can see. Frog in my throat. Even though I'm not completely under the weather, I am a little bit coughing and have a little bit of a stuffed nose. I guess that Lisa did not keep her virus particles completely to herself. Luckily not as badly afflicted as she is. Delta Airlines A330. And coming in next to land is KLM's A321neo, or I should say one of the two that are now flying. This one is arriving from Copenhagen and it is the PHAXB, the second one, the latest. And indeed, Patrick, Lise back in Belgium for the time being. KLM flight 1268, brand new airplane, first flight last month. The PH AXB, it is KLM's latest, the second, and that makes it the latest A321neo. If you joined us just now, welcome to the show. First and foremost, 2 747s already landed, I think, in the first half hour of the stream. We are standing at parking P3, 2 more queens expected. The grand finale expected to take place around 1:30 to 1:40 p.m. local time, with both the arrival of Suparna, the Suparna 747 and the Emirates A380. Lance says, didn't Varik have a 747 named Hectopascales? I don't know, mate, but that would have been a very funny name. Hectopascales. Hey there, Alan. Alan Lee, tuning in from the northeast of England. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. So, showers in the Netherlands this morning at least. I'm not sure about this afternoon, but we are having a few light showers. They're not very substantial, they're not very intensive, but they are still coming. The wind is blowing from the north-northeast, and that is approximately over there. So in between the garage bits you can see what is coming this way. It also means, unfortunately, that the ambient sounds are being blown away from us instead of towards us. I already cranked up the Sennheiser mic, which picks up the ambient sounds a bit higher than I normally do, but it is awfully quiet here, also in real life, much quieter than it normally would have been. Now I see that the second ITA of today, arriving from Milan, is landing on runway 06. Hank asks if I know how many A321s KLM ordered. If I recall correctly, it was 30 something, somewhere between 30 and 40 if I recall correctly. So there's quite a few still to follow. Don't pin me down on it. I thought I read that somewhere. Hey Peppy, servus. Good to see you again. Herzlich willkommen. Kelly Cruz, good morning. Good to be back. Hey, a belated happy birthday. Or were you celebrating your birthday during one of the previous streams? I don't remember. Apologies if that was the case and I already forgot. If not, then a happy belated birthday, Kelly. Zulkenader, goedemorgen. Hey, Finnair A350 arriving from bloody Helsinki, flying on the downwind leg in the vicinity of Breukelen. I'm thinking on paper I should be able to see it perhaps. Hey, goedemorgen. One of the facilities guys of the P3 parking on a little electric cart passing by just now, throwing a wave to me. Oh, holiday! Apologies. Hey, Jackie, also back in the chat from the lounge, not feeling well today. Ooh. Yeah. Virus season has started, and it has started with a bang in the Netherlands. Beterschap, Jackie. Finnair A350, number 3 to land, still flying downwind, almost turning base. And where is the next airplane? 737 arriving from Munich should be next. Still getting used to where I need to look to see the airplanes on the glide slope. Hey. No. Thought I saw something. Right, this is KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich, 737-800, followed by a rare Embraer 175 arriving from Bremen. Now flying base, and next to follow after the Embraer 175, Finnair A350. Indeed, Maria, a belated happy holiday. This is KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich, where it left from 1 hour and 3 minutes ago. 24 years old already. First flight May 2000. Hey Graham, good to see you, mate. Good evening and hope all is well. What's this? Delta taxiing to its gate. Having arrived on runway 06. Also coming in next to runway 06 is Play with an A321neo today, arriving from Reykjavik. Something red, something pixelated because it is really far away. It is the Play A321 coming in. However, we'll soon see Finnair's A350 landing on 36 right, and that is going to be visible a bit better. Question is, can we see it already? I'm looking in the distance. Should be visible if you know where you need to look. I think I have it. Where's that? No, that's the number one. So theoretically, it should be a bit to the right and higher up. There it is. There it is. The Finnair A350 arriving from bloody Helsinki. KLM Embraer 175, next to land over here on 36 right. There it is. Here we have the Finnair A350 flight 1301 arriving from Helsinki. 2 hours and 9 minutes on the way. The OHLWG, 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Now, also a massive big thank you to Firewalker John, another member celebrating a 12-month birthday. First year, yay! Thanks for a great stream, boy. Firewalker John says, and I'm saying thank you so much for your continued support, Firewalker John. Hope all is still good in the lounge. Another member has gone green. Thank you so much. Hey, Lisa has also arrived. Goedemorgen. Okay. Either it isn't using the reversers or there isn't a lot of moisture anymore on the runway. I'm thinking the former is more likely. And again, it is already exiting quite early. Interesting. Hey, Finn Air playtime combo shot. Right, the A350 making its way over here. Meanwhile, Air Europa is getting the hell out of here. Hey, Singapore A350 also on the move. Trying to get away from us. And here we have played the A321 today. Having arrived from Reykjavik on runway 06. The Finnair A350 is approaching its parking. In the vicinity of the Canadian bank robber. Passing a pushed back Delta A330. Going around the airport, landed on runway 06. Doing a tour around the terminal building. United also has been pushed back by the looks of it in the background. Hi Jennifer, goedemorgen. No others who've joined. In the meantime, good morning. Now, somebody was also asking to show the Orange Pride once more. There it is, parked in front of Hangar 14, Leonardo da Vinci. Showers passing over the Netherlands today. Wind is blowing from the north-northwest. Makes for impressive skies, but also streaming outdoors a little bit iffy. put it mildly. Unfortunately, the wind is blowing all the noise from the platform away from us. The upshot of today is that runway 36 right, the runway that this EasyJet is now landing on, or has just landed on, is going to stay open for inbound traffic all throughout the upcoming hours. That means that the Suparna 747 is going to land on it very likely, as is the A380. These two airplanes are expected around 1:30 to 1:40 p.m. local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. The plan is to stick around until these two airplanes have landed. In the meantime, narrow bodies rush hour inbound with narrow bodies to both 06 and to 36 right. Next arriving airplane is an Embraer 190 arriving from Nuremberg. Hadi RDB, goedemorgen. J. van Steen, goedemorgen. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Next up is going to be an all-white BBN Airlines A321 arriving from Istanbul. So that is over there. Just at its 1 to 2 o'clock is another airplane flying base towards the glide slope. Lisa asks if I miss my umbrella woman already. Well, not to hold the umbrella. That is not necessary, luckily, but it is a bit more alone-y, being here alone. I was looking to see if I could spot another airplane on the glide slope already. They're all narrow bodies, that's a bit of the downside. Quite hard to see so far away. E2 Embraer next to land after this. This is an A321 arriving from Istanbul, all white, BBN Airlines. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from also KLM next to land after this. Not getting pushed back. With the A330s. There's the next airplane coming in, KLM Flight 1198, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Oslo. 1 hour and 35 minutes on the way, the PHNXK. 2 years old, first flight March 2022. Hey there QJ, good morning. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are standing in parking P3 today. Showery weather today, passing over the Netherlands, or at least in the morning. Not a lot of wind, even though ex-Hurricane Kirk was passing by overnight, I think, mostly. Winds blowing from the north-northwest. Means that the north-south oriented runways are in use as primary runways for departures and arrivals. At the moment, runway 06 is also open for arrivals, probably until around 11:40. The runway we are now eyeing, runway 36 right, is going to stay open as a primary runway for arrivals all throughout the upcoming hours. Hey, Mr. Biker, good to see you, Paul. Hope all is well. As you guys can see, mixed bag. We have some blue skies here and there, also some showers in the vicinity. On occasion, something is happening on the runway 04 from the general aviation platform. Airplanes coming and going. We saw the Dash 8-100 take off earlier, and a couple of BizJets also have taken off in the meantime. Hard to see everything taking place there from over here, so on occasion we just need to zoom in and have a little look. There you go. Another BizJet just took off from runway 04. All's well as well over here, Paul. Thank you for asking. Beautiful sunshine. Is that a de-icing unit? Yeah, it is a de-icing unit. Well, not really necessary just yet, unless they are going to clean it with it. QJ says, I heard the A340 is flying again for SLM. Well, we did see it getting towed earlier. It is still here, and it isn't any longer parked at the Oostbaan. We haven't seen it move on its own just yet. Now, Queen number 3 is flying base and is about to turn final. Question is, can we see it already? We should be able to see it from over here, if I know where I need to point the camera. It's the KLM 747 arriving from Nairobi. It's not this yet. Really looking hard here to see if I can spot it already. Not yet. In the meantime, Delta is on the move. Yeah, there's no cold snap coming into the Netherlands in the upcoming days, Paul. Maybe they're already practicing or something? I have no idea. Well, the 747 is not yet visible perfectly. Let's just have a look. In the meantime, I'm looking to the left to see if I can spot the 747 already. I think I do. Still far away. So the third of 4 747s in today's stream is now turning final onto the glide slope of runway 36 right. Slowly but surely coming this way. They're doing a little practice round by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Her Majesty is coming in. This is the KLM cargo operated by Martin Air Holland PHCKB, 21 years old, first flight April 2003, returning from Nairobi, Kenya, 8 hours and 10 minutes underway right now. And it's the third 747 of today's show, and a fourth is expected to arrive around 1:40 p.m. local time. We're sticking around until it has landed. It's to Parna, and expected 5 minutes before that will be the Emirates A380. Both are arriving from the east. Both, I expect, are going to land on runway 36 right, which is also the runway that the Martin Air 747 you're now watching is going to land on. Hey there, Mr. Blue Sky, Dirk on tour, good morning. And all others who have joined, good morning to you all. Happy Thursday. We're standing in parking P3 today because we are having showery weather today in the Netherlands. And the third queen is coming in. Emirates flight 145 777-300 arriving from Dubai is also flying base and will land 3 airplanes after the 747. In between Air Oink Oink, the A321neo, immediately following the 747, and after that an Embraer 190 that is arriving from Luxembourg. Looking a bit pixelated because it is digital zoom on top of optical zoom, but at least it allows us to see a bit more of the airplane already. Now, depending on whether or not it's going to use the reversers, we'll also be able to see how much moisture is left on the tarmac of the runway. Still plenty. Just a lot of idle reverse landings then. Beautiful. Yeah, still plenty of moisture, that's for sure. Nice indeed. Now Air Oink Oink is next to land, A321neo arriving from Istanbul. After that KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg and Embraer 190. After that Emirates 777-300 flight 145 arriving from Dubai. Ooh, dirty tail. Check that out. Ugh. Quite disgusting. Oh? You're coming this way? That's interesting. I thought it was going to take a left-hand turn and move away from us, but apparently it's coming this way. Did not foresee that. And sadly, with the northwestern wind, the wind's blowing away from us. So in actuality, standing here, it is really calm. This you might pick up on the mic. Now the Orange Pride is also on the move. I think the Orange Pride is coming back this way. Yep, she's taking a detour and is taxiing to the parking, probably via this way. Or, yeah, I think so. Air oink in the background, in the meantime landing on runway 36 right. Yeah, wipe that butt. Looks like she's had a bad case of diarrhea. I've got a bad case of diarrhea. I've got a bad case of diarrhea. Yuck. Yes, Paul, that crazy YouTube clip. I've got a bad case of diarrhea. I've got a bad case of diarrhea. This 777-300 looks a lot cleaner. No diarrhea on this one. PHBVR. At least still decent in terms of hygiene. Next heavy hitter to come in is Emirates Flight 145 arriving from Dubai. It is a 777-300. 6 hours and 48 minutes on the way. The A6 Eco. Echo Charlie Oscar. 15 years old, first flight February 2009. Now runway 06 is still being used for arrivals, probably for another 15 more minutes. After that, just one runway for all inbound traffic, and that's going to be runway 36 right, the runway this Emirates 777 just landed on, which interestingly is going to stay open as the primary runway for arrivals in the upcoming hours. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live and my name is Boy, and we are standing in parking P3 overlooking the apron. Runway 36 right, runway 2709, which is not being used today. And in the background, runway 0422, the Schiphol Oostbaan, the small runway where it all began. Used for general aviation and biz jets. Mostly. Is that for me? No, just not only just. Can I lean over with the tripod a little bit? Yep, got company here. Not completely alone here, got some feathered friends with me. Here we have the PHBVA, which is getting towed back. Now Emirates is also standing still. Was standing still. Turkish has been pushed back by the looks of it. Or is that outbound? Yeah, outbound to Istanbul. 3 747s already landed today. Fourth is coming, as is the A380. For those of you joining us just now, let's have a quick look at what is coming in. Suparna is flying in the vicinity of Estonia. It's flying overhead St. Petersburg right now. Where is it? Yeah. Expected 1:45 to 2. And 35 minutes past 1, 10 minutes earlier, the Emirates A380 is expected. Both are expected to land on the runway we were overlooking just now. More 747s are coming in, but these are all expected late afternoon, between 4 and 5 p.m. The Martin Air Cargo is also coming in. So between 4 and 5, another peak rush hour. We're not going to stick around until then, unfortunately, but we are going to stick around until Suparna and the A380 have landed. Delta on the move, as is Emirates. Emirates flight form 145. 777-300 It's the Eco Warrior. Picture overview from east to south to west. This is what it looks like. The wind is blowing from the north-northwest, so between the rooftop parts you can see what is coming this way. It's not exactly perfectly sunny weather yet, so the weather is expected to improve in the upcoming days. I think this is going to be one of the wettest days, if not the wettest day of the upcoming weekend. Qatar is next, landing on 36 right, arriving from Doha. I think I can see it already. Lisa is disappointed that I'm not going to stand there all day. No! Maybe if I had an umbrella woman with me, it might be worthwhile, but no dice. This is Qatar Cargo, arriving from Doha, 777 freighter, 6 hours and 13 minutes on the way, 8 years old, first flight June 2016. Yo, it is Alvin. What up, mate? Good to have ya. Apple as well. Hey, and Turkish A310 following immediately after this Qatar 777. That is great news. Not much up. Well, as long as your blood pressure and cholesterol aren't up, you're doing pretty okay. Or blood sugar. here, all is well. As you can see, runway 36 right being used for arrivals. Qatar 777 freighter just landed. Next, an A310 ULS cargo. Returning from Istanbul. A sight you don't see every day. Well, the airplane is flying to Amsterdam. Has been flying to Amsterdam quite regularly lately. But on a global scale, quite rare airplane. ULS Airlines cargo, arrival from Istanbul, A310, 3 hours and a minute underway. 32 years old, first flight March 1992. Back then I still had 2 years of elementary school left. Liz is recovering quite well, she's getting talkative again. Has that umbrella bitch already left you? Yeah, she has. KLM 737-800 behind this A310. Flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm. But first, ULS cargo. Arriving from Istanbul, A310, 32 years old. First flight March 1992. You can see there is still moisture on the tarmac. Even though it has been dry now for quite a while. I think we had one little drizzly shower in the beginning of the stream, first hour or so. Nice little machine. Meanwhile, the BVA is also progressing. The tow truck is now crossing the runway a little bit to the left of the A310. As we speak, traversing the runway. There's the A310. It looks really tiny in comparison. Like a puny little 737. Well, it is almost the size of a 737, just a little bit wider bodied, but clearly with the orange pride in the vicinity, the size difference becomes more apparent. Hadi Hans, goedemorgen. The cat, meow meow. BVA coming back. Must be a shit job towing this airplane back to its gate. Man driving the vehicle must be really bored and having a bad day. Okay. Yeah, you can just see the utter boredom, the posture of the driver. Hadi Koen, goedemorgen. Pierre, good morning. And all others who have joined, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing in parking P3. Showery weather today. Passing over the Netherlands. Hence we're residing in the parking garage, which is providing cover from the rain due to the wind coming from the north. Does mean that the stream is a bit more quiet than normally would be the case because the wind of the tarmac and the apron is blowing away from us. Looking around, you can see the type of weather that we are currently experiencing over here. Already 3 747s have landed. One more is expected and the A380 is too. They're both expected between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. Air Astana on the move, probably going out to Atirau. Hey there Mark, good morning. Now it's 11:40 and zooming out on flight radar, I'm not seeing anything going to runway 06 anymore, so I think that everything inbound is once again coming to runway 36 right. That's the runway we can overlook from over here. I see KLM flight 604 approaching the coast. That is a 777-300 arriving from LAX. Slowly but surely coming this way. TUI Dreamliner on the move. Outbound. This is the Pearl. Airplanes coming in right now. 3 consecutive Embraers, an Embraer 175 being followed by 2 Embraer 190s. And the KLM Embraer. Embraer 175 is the Herpa, arriving from Newcastle. KLM flight 954. No wait, that's the one from Aberdeen, the Embraer 190, number 2. This is a regular Embraer 175 from KLM. actually is arriving at its parking spot over there. The A321 Neo to Atirau passing by. Hey! Oh no, that's outbound. China Southern to Guangzhou. Mark says the sound of someone preparing to make boy disappear in the background. Yeah, it's taking place somewhere below. A bit hard to see from over here. Right behind the column on ground level, somebody is working a shuffle, which you guys picked up on the mic quite clearly. This would be the Herpa, if I'm not mistaken. Embraer 190. Herpy is returning to Amsterdam. Arriving from Aberdeen. KLM flight 912 is the flight it is performing, doing, executing. 17 years old, first flight somewhere in 2007. "75 years of Herpy." And away it goes. Now, dude, what are you doing? Alvin, thank you so much for your super sticker. A very generous one at that. Hippo character going really fast on his chair, propelling the chair across the room. Don't recall having seen that one before. I have to look that up in the replay, because I'm not able to see those super stickers in the software that I'm using to stream with. I only see the descriptions. This one does sound very vivid. Thank you so much for that. You know you shouldn't have. You're doing more than enough as a moderator as it is already. Thank you so much nonetheless. Showers in the vicinity, as you guys can see. Once again, getting a bit colder here. We did have a few moments of sunshine earlier in the stream. Where's that airplane? There it is. A couple of narrow bodies coming in. KLM flight 604 is turning final. That's a 777-300ER. Two airplanes preceding it, including this one. This is Transavia flight 5628, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Oh wait, I do see the super stickers. If I drag the screen, the chat screen to the right, I can see it. Nice. Didn't know that. I was scrolling to the right to read Ricardo's message, who is going to leave to Greece to Heraklion Airport in Crete in Greece from Rotterdam. almost there then. Looking forward to it, I imagine. Lekker vakantie, Griekenland. Hey, Delta on the move. Now, normally speaking, those engines we can hear quite loudly over here. Direction of the wind makes all the difference. It is really quiet over here. Shuffle man, much louder than the engines of the A330, which normally are very loud and over they trump all other sounds that you hear normally speaking. So it really makes a difference, the direction of the wind. Howdy Roel, goeiemorgen. Tuning in from Ontario, Canada. Another airplane landing. You can see it. But I'm pointing the camera already to KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX, 777-300ER. Also, I see the Delta Airlines flight 74 is flying base south of Alphen aan den Rijn, also coming this way. That is an A350. Tell him lunch break is early today. Yeah, shut off. Adrian says, good day from Florida. Are you there? You're right there in Hurricane Milton. That is really true. That is very unfortunate. I'm pretty sure that Adrian is taking the piss and is tuning in from the Netherlands. Hey, aloha once again, Jinshin. I thought you were there already in the beginning of the chat. Weren't you the first guy messaging today? I think you were the first message in the chat. Apparently I missed that you left or went away temporarily. Welcome back at least. Otherwise, I have nobody in the chat from Florida. Yeah, well, I sure hope I don't have anybody from actually residing in Florida in the chat, because get out of the state. Or if you're still there, you're already too late, but not exactly the place you want to be right now. Right, Jinshin is going to sleep. Jinshin, thank you so much for joining here again. Sleep well and hope to see you in the next one. Heavy hitters are approaching. I think a couple of back-to-back heavies will follow pretty soon. Following Delta Airlines flight 74, flying base right now is another 777-300ER arriving from Vancouver. Behind that is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. I think we might get to see 3 consecutive heavies landing on 36 right in a couple of moments. First, I believe 2 narrow bodies will land. First up, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin. After that, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Glasgow. And after that, Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, the A350. 2 consecutive E2 Embraers 777-300 over here taxiing to its gate. Looking in the distance, I think I have the A350 in sight already. That's the second consecutive E2 Embraer. That's the A350. Can we see the 777? Yeah, that's the 777-300 that has just turned in. Can we also see the 787-10 that is flying base? No, that's a bird. Well, maybe we can see it, but I'm not seeing it. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, and it's not just a regular A350, it is the LA-28 Special Olympics special livery. 7 hours and 48 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. Mrs. Professor will also be heading off to bed. Mr. Professor, thank you for joining once again. Sleep well. And for you too, I hope to see you in the next one. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Right, the LA-28 is coming in. There she is. Delta Airlines Flight 74, returning from Atlanta, Georgia. Not a whole lot of moisture left on the runway by the looks of it. Though you never know what might happen if the A380 is throttling up the reversers later. The A380 is expected, what was it last time we checked, 1:35 p.m. Suparna is expected 10 minutes later. Both are expected to land on the runway that the LA-28 landed on just now. Once again visiting the Netherlands, the LA-28. So we have palm trees over here. And beautiful use of the Delta logo as an approximation. Martin, thank you so much for your 11 months of membership. Schoffelen, schoffelen, al 11 maanden AWS Live. Yeah, how to translate that into English? Schoffelen, schoffelen. Not really translatable. Thank you so much for your continued support, Martin. Hope all is still good in the lounge. 1 month and you'll be going green. The Eco Warriors are going to love you for it. Thank you so much for your continued support, Martin. Dank je wel, man. Now in the meantime, heavy hitters are landing, but these are regular liveries from KLM. Here we have the L828. Does it also have stars or something? What's that? Sparkly stars or something? It does look like the night sky, doesn't it, Lois? It's like they incorporated one of those rooftops where you can see the night sky in with little lights. It's like they've incorporated it into the backside of their livery. Looks nice. It's only a detail that you can see when you view it up close, but it's nice. Alright, now what are they doing? Waiting? There is a vacancy there, isn't there? So I'm not exactly sure where they're holding. Adri has to go. See you later, Adri. Thank you for joining. That is K1. VW birth control. Why is it? No, it's not on the runway. For a moment I was thinking, why is it on the runway? But the runway is over here, so false alarm. For a moment I was thinking it was going to prepare runway 27 to open up, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Right. It's being assigned a gate nicely in our view, in our line of sight. Is that Foxtrot 8 or 6? 6 probably. Or 7. Absolute beaut, the LA28 A350. Having arrived from Atlanta, Georgia. Just now parked at the gate. We have another heavy hitter coming in. KLM flight 168, a 777-300ER, also arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, just like the LA-28 just now did. All inbound traffic at the moment coming into runway 36 right. If you joined us just now, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live and my name is Boy. We're still in parking P3 today because of showery weather. Runway 36 right is now the only runway used for arrivals. 3 747s have already landed. A fourth is underway. Suparna Airlines expected around 1:45 local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. 10 minutes before the arrival of Suparna, the Emirates A380 is also expected to land. We're sticking around until these two airplanes have landed. They're both expected to land on the same runway that this 777 is now approaching. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight time 7 hours and 26 minutes, the PHBVN. 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2015. Nice wheelie. Captain Showboat has arrived. Rolling out. Beautiful. Well, still no people have reported any buffering issues, also not during the latest stream. So it seems that whenever I am all alone, no ground crew with me, there's no interference of the signal, or at least not to a degree that it is interfering. It is very typical that whenever I had a ground crew with me, I also was experiencing buffering issues lately, and now I've been streaming all alone again for a couple of times. Let's hope that's not jinxing it, but thus far, hey, hearing the engines of an A330, albeit very softly. Yeah, I guess the umbrella woman can never return. Indeed, Lise. Guess we'll just have to shut the borders, keep you from coming in again. Patrick says, I think it is also partly due to YouTube. I'm not sure. I was also on one occasion receiving a notification on my streaming software that the connection failed. And at least I was able to restart it again. Definitely over here in the garage, the reception is really poor. Did a speed test. I should have up to 100 gigabytes per second, or megabytes, what is it? Downstream. Speed test gave me 4. Now luckily my upload was 17 and I only require 6 to get a good upload. Right. In the meantime, let's also have a look, see what is going on the other side of the airport. This is an E2 Embraer that is not taking off, but parked. also saw the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard earlier take off. Let's see if there's movement on the general aviation platform. There doesn't seem to be a lot of activity right now going on. Another Delta getting pushed back though. Also one of Transavia A321neos is approaching 36 right, arriving from Verona. Looking at the big picture, it is becoming a bit more cloudy again. Not sure if we're going to stay dry here. We need to look in the direction of the wind, north-northwest, to see what is coming, and it doesn't look too cheerful. Big picture wise, looking from the east to the south and towards the west. It was looking better earlier in the morning, when we also had a bit of blue sky on occasion that we could see. There's the Transavia 737. And the A321neo just landed over there. Ooh, what's that I'm hearing? Something taking off or what? I was hearing something that reminded me of a very old airplane type, but I guess it was something else. Transavia's A321neo having returned from Verona. Now landing as we speak is Transavia 737-800, arriving from, what was it again, Olbia. The next airplane to land after that is going to be a Delta A330. Hadi Henk, goedemiddag. En Marcel, goedemiddag. John says, great picture and audio, no buffering problems here in Oz. Have a great day. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, things have been okay in terms of continuity today. We also were pretty okay last time I was out. On both occasions I was streaming on my own again. So I'm thinking, when there's a lot of people in my immediate vicinity all using 4G on their phones, that might interfere with the signal of my modem. I'm using Wi-Fi to connect between my phone and my laptop and the modem, but the modem of course is using 4G as well to connect to the masts. So I think if there are too many phones nearby, it might negatively affect the reception of my modem. This is Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit. 7 hours and 39 minutes it has flown. Due to the high pitch, you can still see it above the buildings in the foreground. 9-year-old airplane. First flight October 2015. Hey there, Jin. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Marcel says that according to the weather radar, it is going to stay dry here. So it just looks ominous. Well, we aren't going to get wet. Well, we're not going to get wet in the garage regardless, due to the direction of the wind. For once, the garage is actually shielding us from the rain today, if rain were to fall. Hey, Jörg, back in the chat. Mahlzeit und greetings from Düsseldorf. Hey, Cargolux on its way to Luxembourg. Should be passing us by on the left. It has passed us by on the left already, according to flight radar. I'm looking, but it's probably already above the clouds. It's above the clouds. Woohoo. Downside of the wind blowing away from us is that the ambient sounds from the apron are so much less audible than they normally would be. I already cranked up the mic, the ambient mic, the Sennheiser a little bit to compensate for it, but it is still barely audible. Meanwhile, Embraer 190s are coming in. The 737-700 behind. There's one Delta A330 is coming, another one is just leaving. And here we have the LA-28 Olympics A350. We saw it land earlier. Wonder if the Delta A330 is going to be parked next to it. Going there, so hey, there's a BizJet making its way over to runway 04. Let's indulge and watch its taxi and departure. Where did I see it? Already further to the right. There it is. Now, is it visible on flight radar? Let me zoom in. It is. It is VistaJet going to Kos in Greece. Flight 401, Bombardier Challenger 350. 10 years old, first flight somewhere in 2014. The 9HVCA. Right, in the meantime we also have Delta Airlines Flight 144 arrival from Seattle, Washington coming in. That's an A330neo. That is coming in right now. 9 hours and a minute underway. 5-year-old airplane, first flight May 2019. I think that the BizJet is holding short until the Delta has landed. Yep. So this is VistaJet. It's a Bombardier Challenger 350. 10 years old, which will be flying to Kos in Greece. Lined up on runway 04, waiting to get clearance. Hadi Ronald, goedemiddag. Now, if I zoom out, you can already see it. Heavenly lights shining on Schiphol Airport. Beautiful. Also looks like a BizJet is turning onto the glide slope of 36 right, which I think might be landing on the runway that this BizJet is now taking off from, which means it's going to make a last minute right hand turn to line up on to runway 04. That also might be worthwhile checking out later. BizJet just took off and Air Canada is getting pushed back. Hey, once again I am accompanied. Let me lean in with the tripod a little bit. Hey, and Iceland Air 767-300 flight 500 is also coming in. We have an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bergen, which looks like is going to be the next airplane to land. Air Canada in the beautiful lighting has been pushed back. This is an E2 Embraer 195 landing now on runway 36 right, KLM. Arriving from Bergen, 1 hour and 32 minutes on the way. 2-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. And the BizJet is going to be next. Very curious to see if it is actually going to land on 36 right or if it is going to make a last minute right hand turn to land on runway 04. I think it might do the latter, or at least I'm hoping for it to do that. to do so. Bird, come to say hello. Indeed, Paul. Don't have my umbrella woman here with me, so I'm now seeking the company of feathered friends. Nice gap here with some sunshine rays shining through. Next is the BizJet. Now obviously it's a very small airplane and I am struggling to see it, to find it. Where is the bugger? Ah, right. Little light. There it is. Hey, and Dirk on Tour says the CX 2014-7478 has just left Charles de Gaulle. Does that mean we are going to get a bonus fifth queen in today's show? Sure sounds like it. That's a nice bonus, a nice treat. Now, arriving from Berlin, this is a privately owned Hawker Beechcraft 400 XP. Flight time 1 hour and a minute. The airplane is 25 years old, hailing from the year 1999. Will it make a last minute right hand turn? It looks like it. It's going to land on 04, isn't it? Yep. It's turning away from 36 right, so that we can see it land last minute on runway 04. I was hoping it was going to do that. Happy to see that it does. Check it out. Piloting skills. Following the glide slope of one runway and then making a nice tight turn to land on 04. Well done, sir. Well done. Or ma'am. Make a mistake and you need to go around. Well done. Hey, Felly, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Canadian bank robber on the move. One, two, three, four. Canada deserves more money. Has taken all the loot and is ready to scoot, going back to Canada. Meanwhile, everybody's coming in. Emperor 175 next, arriving from Hanover. KLM flight 1788. It is 12:30 right now, so in just over an hour from now, the Emirates A380 is expected to land on the runway that this Embraer 175 is now landing on. Expected around 1:45. Suparna 747. Let's have a quick look at the current status quo. So, coming in are two 747s and one A380. A fifth bonus queen that only just now left Paris Charles de Gaulle and is expected in 40 minutes from now, a 7478 on its way. Suparna is flying in the vicinity of Sweden. Expected 10 minutes to 2, last airplane of the day. 10 minutes before 1:41, the Emirates A380 is also expected to arrive. Let's have another look at the weather. A refresh of the METAR says that the wind is turning a little bit more to the west. Wind speed has increased and is now 15 knots. And we also have a ceiling for the first time during the stream. 4,300 feet, broken clouds, scattered clouds at 2,500 and a few clouds at 1,500 feet. Light showers and rain is still what is being warned for. The air temperature is 13 degrees C, not extremely warm. The wind is blowing from a direction that the garage is shielding us from it, mostly, and is also keeping us dry if rain were to fall. I'm updating the meter in the ticker. Back to the camera controls it is then. Another 737 has landed and a Transavia A321neo is next. After that, it is a 767 from Iceland Air that is going to land. Flight 500. Wondering if we can see it already. I think we can. Oh, wanted to zoom out a bit. There it is. Vaguely visible, but visible. So a 2 airplane glide slope shot. Coming in the foreground is Transavia flight 5820. It's an A321neo arriving from Bari. 2 hours and 16 minutes underway. The PHYHB. So that's the second A321 of Transavia itself. The last letter of the registration will tell you if it is a rental or if it is one of their own fleet. If it starts at the beginning of the alphabet, it's one of their own. If it starts or is one of the last letters of the alphabet, it is a leased one. First flight of this airplane was in June this year. Adrian says that Canada has 12% of our gold in their vaults. Wow, did not know that. Then again, not surprised to hear something like that. I think a lot of the foreign gold reserves of countries is being kept by other countries. Spread your bets, never put all your eggs in one basket. Stuff like that. Here we have Iceland Air Flight 500. It's a 767-300 arriving from Reykjavik. 2 hours and 37 minutes on the way. 24-year-old airplane. First flight February 2000. Happy Thursday, Stacy says. Well, happy Thursday to you too. I'll drink to that with some vodka after this landing is over. Hey, and play is leaving again. One Icelandic airplane is coming and the other is going. Undoubtedly off to the Polderbaan. So wind is blowing from the northwest today. Means it is coming from over there somewhere. Well, you can see it's not very bright. We did have some sunshine in the morning. There were some patches of blue sky visible. Not anymore, unfortunately. We saw the LA-28 A350 from Delta land. Also looks like the Finnair A350 is now getting pushed back again. We saw it land earlier in the stream and now I think we're going to see it taxi away. Also on its way to the Polderbaan. Now, Let's take that sip of vodka I was referring to earlier. Hey, and if we're lucky, we might get to hear some GE90s spooling up. Since there's also a 777 getting pushed back as we speak. Now, unfortunately, due to the direction of the prevailing wind, the wind is from the apron is blowing away from us, and it makes a significant difference in the perception of the audio. Not just on mic, but also here in real life. I already amped the microphone volume of the ambient mic, Sennheiser, a little bit up, but it's not compensating for it fully. I think I am hearing it. Yes. We're hearing it spool up. Engine number 1. Hey, what up, Alan? It's a beautiful 28 degrees tonight, and I got my body out. The poor sods. The Greeks are going blind massively for an unknown reason. Now, if one engine is running, the other one is also going to spool up soon. What you're usually seeing after the engines are running is that they are setting the flaps and are checking the controls. Let's just focus in on one side so we can see that happening. So what we are about to see, and I'm not sure in which order, but we're going to see that they're checking the controls, the control surfaces, and they'll be extending the flaps to the takeoff setting. Yep. They're checking the ailerons. And they're checking the elevators, and lastly the rudder. You can see the slats on the front, the leading edge of the wings are extending, lowering. So the flaps are set, the slats and flaps are set to their takeoff configuration. And after everything is checked, and everything is before taxi takeoff checklist, the before taxi checklist is completed, they will request taxi clearance and start taxiing, just like the Finnair A350 is doing. Going back to bloody Helsinki. Ha Clementia, goedemiddag. Alan says our hotel is under the glide slope and they're going over about 1,000 feet. Nice. Is the traffic only limited to daytime hours, or are they also keeping you up at night? Because that would be a bummer if they did. Now, another big hitter is exiting Schiphol. A350 Cathay Pacific. It's the A350 Exodus. Meanwhile, the 777, of which we saw the engine start just now, has begun taxiing. Also going out. And open only till 10 p.m. and then until 7:30 a.m. So that's perfect, mate. You don't have to set your alarm. You'll get awoken by the first arriving airplanes. What more could a person want? Hadi Maurice, goedemiddag. And all others who have joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing in parking P3. If you joined us just now, you already missed the arrival of the LA28 special A350. Plus 3 747s, which have already landed. 2 more are expected before 2 o'clock. There's a 747-8 Cathay Pacific cargo arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, expected in half an hour from now. Suparna is also coming in with a 747 arriving from Nanjing in China. Special Olympics indeed, Lisa. You know it. Another Transavia A321neo over here. And we have a KLM A330 that just landed. Coming in next is Vueling, arriving from Alicante. And after that we have KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil. That's 777-200 Now, as if a massive super sticker wasn't enough already, Alvin just now went ahead and also gifted 5 memberships. Mate, what is up with you? Are you drunk? Thank you so much, Alvin. Really appreciate it. You know you shouldn't do that. You're already doing more than enough to support the channel as a moderator. I hope that the recipients of the gifted memberships will thank you for it. If you are one of the new members courtesy of Alvin or one of the other generous membership gifters, be sure to use the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Enjoy the membership. But most importantly, don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted you the membership. Welcome new members. Alvin, thank you so much. And not drunk. Not even drunk. Have you eaten too much nutmeg? Are you hallucinating? So this is KLM flight 755, 777-200 the PHBQO, 17 years old, first flight January 2007. It is underway from Guayaquil, which is in. And it has been flying for 11 hours and 16 minutes to get here. It is double triple time because after this 777-200 has landed, also a KLM 777-300 is approaching. Arriving from Lima in Peru. Blue, 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 blue. Multi-layered footage. KLM all over the place. If you weren't feeling blue already, you might start feeling blue just by the sheer amount of KLM airplanes that you're seeing in this shot. It's double triple time, folks. Second consecutive 777-300 coming in. Well, it's a second consecutive 777. The previous one, of course, was a 200. This is a 300 arriving from Lima in Peru. KLM flight 744, 11 hours and 53 minutes on the way. The PHBVP, 8 years old, first flight February 2016. And as if the generosity of Alvin wasn't enough, Jörg also went ahead and gifted 5 memberships just now. Jörg, that's also above and beyond. Thank you so much, mate. I don't know what to say. I hope that the recipients will say thank you or dankeschön for it. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Jörg, thank you once again for 5 gifted memberships. I've lost count. It would be interesting to see just how many memberships you have gifted already over the last year or so. It is incredible. That is really above and beyond, mate. Don't know what to say, except thank you. And I hope that the people who received the gifted membership from you will say thank you for it as well. More blue coming in. 2 consecutive 777s. So that's a KLM 14, 14, 14. 500 Let's just add it up. 300 is rolling out and is taking a later exit. Thank you for your kind words, Lance. That KLM Cargo 744 thrust reversing was a stunner, great capture, superb show. Made the tarmac was even wetter in the beginning. The first 2 747s that arrived both landed on wetter runways, and the spray was, I think, even better. If you missed that, definitely have another look. I think it was in the first hour that these 2 landed. Also looking around me to see what is going on so that I don't miss anything. My nose is starting to get a little runny. Let me take care of that in a moment, and also thank Arjan, who also just now gifted 5 memberships. Arjan, thank you so much. I really hope that the people who receive gifted memberships will thank the gifter for the gifted membership. Arjan, dankjewel. Don't know what to say. Thank you so much for that. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you if you got gifted a membership. Back again, temperature is getting a little lower, and that also affects the runniness of my nose, making me unnecessarily sound stuffy. Should be better again. Alright, what is up next? another airplane coming in. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. The viscosity of your nasal mucus. I'm not sure if it does affect it. I'm not exactly sure what the mechanism is. Could be the viscosity. Is that really so, Alvin, or is that just a lucky guess? Could be. I also don't think it necessarily feels like that. It could be it though. It could be so, but for some reason I don't think it is very likely to be the cause of it. Yeah, that's what doctors do, being disgusting, talking about all kinds of bodily fluids. As if it is the most normal thing to do. Shamrock coming in next. Flight 604, A320, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and 11 minutes. IDEM. E-I-D-E-M. 19 years old. A lot of people passing by down here below with suitcases rolling over the tarmac. You might pick up on that sound. See that Rakete 88 is also wieder back. Herzlich willkommen. Jörg has to go again. Jörg, thank you for joining, mate. Take it easy and hope to see you in the next one. IDEM is going to a different pier. Hey, another 777 is being pushed back. It's always nice if we can hear the GE90s starting up, I should say. It's the PHBVR. And we have front row seats over here. They'll probably start the right engine first. Which I think will have to turn in the opposite direction. So once they do start it, you will see it stop and start turning in the other direction. Unless it is getting towed away, of course. In which case, forget what I have said just now. No, they're starting the engine. They're starting the right engine. Or are they? Yeah, I think they are. Ooh! Now we cannot see and hear the engines. Not cool. Not cool. Oh, come on, guys. Not much we can do about it. Hey Jillard, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Hey, Delta Airlines is also approaching runway 06, so they are using 2 runways for arrivals once more. That's interesting because that might mean that the 747-8 is going to land on it and not on runway 36 right, as I had hoped it would. See that Michael is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And that's an assumption, Lisa, that I'm assuming again. That's you assuming stuff. If you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing in parking P3. Wind is blowing from the westerly direction today. And as you can see, cloudy weather. In the morning we also had showers. It's not very cheerful, although in the morning we did have some blue bits of sky here and there. 3 747s have already landed. They all 3 landed on 36 right, the runway that this Top Air Portugal just now landed on. A 4th Queen is expected to land on this runway. Suparna Airlines, arriving from Nanjing in China. There's also an Emirates A380 still expected. Both the Suparna and the Emirates A380 are expected between 1:30 and 2 p.m. local time. Now there's also a bonus Queen coming in from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, but like I said before, I'm not sure if it's going to be assigned to 36 right or if it's going to land on runway 06, which has now also opened up for arrivals. Interestingly, as secondary runway today, the primary runway has been 36 right all along. Where did I see it? Another BizJet taking off from runway 04 shortly. Hey, and another Adriaan in the chat. We also have to number the Adriaans nowadays, apparently. Let's have a look and see if we can also find information about this airplane on Flight Radar. Looks like we can. NetJets. Going to BQH, that's Biggin Hill, isn't it? Dassault Falcon 2000X, registration CSDLB. 18-year-old airplane, first flight January 2006. And thank you, Dirk, for informing us that the bonus Queen, the 747-8, is going to land on Kaagbaan, runway 06. Lisa says, I wouldn't dare assume anything, you're just assuming that. Going really meta here with all the assumptions. Now, if you're wondering why is this footage looking a bit uncrisp, it is because we are zoomed in with digital zoom quite far. Going the full 400 times would be this. Which, granted, still is okay-ish. But it is just blowing up pixels. This is the top end of optical zoom on my mic, on my camera. And from here on, we're just magnifying pixels. Using digital zoom with moderation can enhance the footage a little bit because you can bring out more details to a certain extent. pixels. Yummy. So parallel arrivals have once again commenced with 06, the secondary runway for arrivals, meaning that 36 right is staying open all the time. It's the primary runway. The Dassault Falcon lined up on runway 04 right now, waiting to get clearance. This is the Leonardo da Vinci? No, it's a different hangar. A no-name hangar in the background. Narrow bodies are coming in predominantly for the time being, although I do see that a Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul is approaching 36 right, flying just north of Utrecht. Now, I'm not sure when exactly the Falcon is going to get clearance to take off. I'm assuming after the next airplane has landed would be a good moment, or shortly before it is touching down. So the Embraer 190 arrival from Billund that is about to land. After that, the 737 arriving from Rome will be next. The 737, the Embraer 190 is vacating as we speak. Alvin, they're just Falcon around. Okay, showtime. Such a short takeoff distance needed. Absolutely amazing. Up, up, and away it goes. Now, for those of you joining us just now, you already missed 3 Queens and the landing of the LA-28 A350 special livery. The 4th Queen is expected, as is the A380. And we're pretty soon going to see a Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul, First up is a Transavia 737 arrival from Samos, and after that an Embraer 175 arrival from Frankfurt. Transavia and a Britty Hopper combo shot here. Thank you for your super chat there, Alvin. Alvin asks if I can find a yellow car in the car park. Yeah, I think I can. I think I can. There is a car which is having a bit of yellow over there. There is a true unadulterated yellow car. This is greenish, right? Yeah, that's pale green. I think we also have yellow over there. Looking around me, that is the most... These are the most obvious ones that I can spot so quickly. So they're definitely there, yellow cars. Right. Meanwhile, we are eyeing Turkish flight 1957, which is arriving from Istanbul. It's an A330-300 TC log. And this log is 8 years old and had its first flight in December 2015. You're welcome, Alvin. That was a nice little challenge that you gave me. Can you find ... Right, number 2 on the glide slope for 06 is the 747-8 arrival from Paris, which I think we should be able to film right after the Turkish A330 has landed. Huh? There's a 4-door Aston Martin behind that bright green hatchback, Lance says. Was that an Aston Martin? Let me go back to that as well then. Now why, if you can afford an Aston Martin, would you park your car outside and not inside the garage? Really? I think you're right, Lance. Well spotted. Yeah. Yeah, that's an Aston Martin, alright. Did not even see that just now. Right, we can also do some car spotting. Because there's, Lord knows, there are plenty of cars to spot over here. Insane amount. I'm not sure what the capacity of this parking lot is, but it is a lot. A Rapide, Alvin says. Nice. This is Cathay Pacific Cargo arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 747-8 freighter. 46 minutes on the way. Registration BLJF 12 years old. First flight December 2011. Right. So, what's that? That's the Citizen Hotel. Already 25 years, the best deals. Going to Curaçao only for $2.99. Adi Danny. Goedemiddag. Omnet du fromage, indeed. Another heavy hitter is coming this way. 787-10 Dreamliner from Saudi. Still a few minutes out, giving us some time to continue following Turkish flight 1957, which just landed, arriving from Istanbul. Ah, that's where Jeff left the Aston. You already thought you were missing something, but couldn't put your finger on it what it was. Now, Hans, thank you so much for your super chat. That's an interesting question. What are all of your opinions about plans to replace the second pilot in the cockpit with automation? Interesting question. I'm pretty sure that that is not going to happen. That's just my personal opinion. We already saw what can go wrong with pilots who has, particularly on mental health day, who have mental health issues when left alone in the cockpit. What can happen then? So I'm pretty sure there's always going to be a 4 eyes cockpit. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure people will not want to fly on those airplanes. So I think the idea is just a hypothetical one. I think it will never actually ever going to happen. Not as long as people can develop mental health problems or can get through testing for mental health problems while having mental health problems and getting through the test without any issues. Interesting question, Debbie. Can you find a hen with teeth? I think I can already answer the question without searching for it. I think the answer is going to be no, unfortunately I cannot. Would that I could, because that would be a sight to behold. A hen with teeth. I can do a lot, Debbie, but this unfortunately I cannot. Hey there, Mike Wild. Good afternoon. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. We're waiting for traffic to land on 36 right. There's a triplet of airplanes approaching from the east. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Class Jet is coming in, and that is a 737-300. Looking at the livery, I'm inclined to say that this is a biz jet, a private jet, and probably will land on 04. But that's okay, because we can still see it quite well from over here. But have a look, it's a 737-300, arriving from Budapest, 32 years old. First flight July 1992. Flying behind the Saudia. That is quite a rare airplane. Almost as rare as the Embraers that you hardly ever see here. Hey, Bird Control is also doing a runway inspection on runway 2204. Looks like K3. Footage is too pixelated. Stupid camera. Not enough pixels. Need more pixels. Not much going on otherwise. There is a car with flashlights. Where is it? A bit more to the right, was it? There it is. Minor detail. Standing there right in the middle of nowhere, seemingly. Meanwhile, I see the lights of Saudia's Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah, so let's turn to it. The first next airplane to land on 36 right. The first of more to come. Hey there, T-Mac, good to see ya. And Darren is tuning in from Oslo, good to see ya. Hey there, Lionel, good afternoon. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. We're in P3 today, showery weather in the Netherlands. 4 747s landed already. 1 on 06, 3 on 36 right, and a 5th is coming. Expected to land in less than an hour from now. The Emirates A380 is also expected. Both the 747 from Suparna, which is the 747 I was referring to, and the A380 are expected to land on runway 36 right, which is the primary runway for arrivals today. This is Saudia, flight 215, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 39 minutes underway. The Hazar 25 is its registration, HZAR25. 4 years old, first flight October 2019. Well, at least it is AR25 and not AR15. Which would be a bit inappropriate for an airplane that has swords on its tail. A lot of references to weapons. The runway seems to have dried up. Earlier in the morning we had a lot of spray. We also had some showers in the morning. Still cloudy, though we haven't seen a shower in recent hours, luckily. Then again, in the morning with the showers also came moments of blue sky, and these have gone now. More or less overcast now. The next airplane to land, and whether or not it is going to land on 36 right or if it is going to make a last minute right hand turn to land on 04, is going to be a 737-300, 32 years old, class jet, arriving from Budapest. Still relatively far away, so I'm continuing following the Saudia for a moment. Hey there, NJ. And Marino, guten Tag, goedemiddag, good day to you. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Now once again the question is going to be, is the 737-300 that is next to land, will it land on 36 right, or is it going to make a last minute right hand turn? Jillard says that the ClassJet is coming to pick up the Dutch national soccer team, football team, because they play in Hungary in the Nations League tomorrow. Interesting information, Jillard. Did not know that. Well, its destination is the general aviation platform, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was going to take a right. Then again, it doesn't seem to be doing that, but landing on 36 right is what it's doing. So there you go, there you have your answer. A 737-300. Keep wanting to say 700, but it is a 300. 32 years old. ClassJet. Greetings to B, who is tuning in from Istanbul. Hey there, Neil. Good afternoon. Scuderia René. Hello, Grüße zurück nach Bremen. Well, if it is going to pick up the Dutch football team, it will do so from the general aviation platform, I'm imagining. So I'm thinking it's going to make a right-hand turn then. Yep. That's what it's doing. LYBGS. 32-year-old 737-300. Not a 700, 300. Now in the meantime, landing on both runways that are accepting the arrivals are narrow bodies. 737 arrival from Lyon, going to 06. Embraer 175 coming in, arriving from Hamburg. Embraer 175 arriving from Turin, number 2 to 06. 737 KLM arriving from Stockholm, number 2236 right. Mario says he looks fat. I think the same of the A310, the ULS cargo, also because it is so stubby. Darren says XOI-MAN Maersk Air. Oh yeah, Maersk also at one point had had an air fleet. Was that pure cargo, or did they also transport people? I'm imagining it's probably just cargo. And Jay asks, did you say Embraer? Wee, that's been a long time, can't wait for it. Yeah, those rare Embraers. Hardly to be seen over here. Now they are coming. Hey, and the BizJet is on the move as well. Probably taking off. It's going to NA, NetJets. Embraer Phenom 300. 10 years old, CSPHC. Hailing from the year 2014. And indeed, NJ, it is a Fokker tail in the back. Just the tail on the pedestal. There's the 737-300. Thank you, Marja, for letting us know that the A380 was assigned Aalsmeerbaan as expected. Ooh, is that car? Is that the follow me car like they have on Innsbruck? Looks like it. That is the follow me car, that black vehicle. Nice. In the meantime, that Embraer Phenom 300 is taxiing to the threshold of 04. Darren asks, where are you filming from? I am filming from parking P3. Top floor. Felix is tuning in from Argentina. Good to see ya. Buenos dias. Hope all is well. This is NetJets going to NA. Embraer Phenom 300, 10 years old, from the year 2014. Meanwhile, the Egyptians are coming. The Egyptians are coming in an A320neo. Runway 36 right is where they are on the glide slope. The lights already visible. Also zooming out a little bit, you can see nicely a couple of openings through the clouds, thinner pieces where the sun is shining through. And I stand corrected, I earlier said that we weren't seeing any patches of blue sky anymore, but they're still there. Meanwhile, also taking place right now, the pushback of the Orange Pride, which we saw getting towed from the hangars back to the gate and is now getting pushed back to take off. Definitely hearing engines. And again, there are two triples getting pushed back right now. I'm wondering if it is this engine that I'm hearing. Hard to see. That's 4 GE90s that are getting started. And the BizJet will be going to Rotterdam, Gillard says. Which airplane's engines are we hearing start? I think it's probably the one closest by, but really hard to see any movement. That's the third GE90 that we are hearing starting up. Here too we can hardly see whether or not the engines are starting. The bizjet is still waiting to take off from runway 04. Meanwhile, let's listen to some engine sounds for the first time. Quite clearly audible. KLM A330. It's been a very calm stream in that respect. The wind unfortunately is blowing all the sounds from the apron away from us. Phenom 300 is still standing there, but it is moving. Going to Rotterdam, NetJets, taking off from runway 04. Egyptian has landed. Still quite clearly audible A330's engines. Just as it passed by the Orange Pride, which is also on the move. BVA now moving on its own strength. Initially we saw it getting pushed back, or towed back I should say, from Schiphol Oost to the gate. Now out on its own. Followed by a companion 777 that has also just started its engines and is also on the move. Two 777-300ERs back to back, taxiing out. Egypt Air will have to wait. Wait your turn. The heavy hitters are proceeding. Are going first, I should say. Hey, what's this? What's this? I'm standing here in the sun for a moment. The sun is shining, albeit briefly. There is a little opening. Fear not, more clouds are following it, so it's just a one-off opening in the sky. That's nice for the body temperature to get some direct sunshine. Yeah, and there it is. That stupid column here. Won't be needing the salt yet to roughen up. Well, not roughen up, to melt any snow or ice. Still have the A350 from Delta being parked over there. Not sure when it's going to fly back to Atlanta. It arrived earlier in the morning. Quick, get the sunscreen out. Yeah, almost needed. Going to risk it. Paul is back. Good afternoon, Paul. Alvin says a little echo when you speak in the car park. Is that so? Yeah, maybe. Never really noticed it. Maybe it's just my empty head that resonates my voice a little. That could also be the case. A little echo. What you doing there, sir? Are you loitering? Shouldn't you be working? What about you? Don't you guys have jobs? Alvin says, glad you added the spot into the roster. I think it's my favorite. Yeah, I like the action here as well. Just the runway configuration is not optimal today. For a moment it looked like maybe runway 27 was going to be used because of the wind being from the northwest. I think they did use it overnight, but not anymore during the day. And even though you can see a lot of stuff going on from over here, it's not exactly the most action-packed when it comes to the landings and the takeoffs. Then again, you do have overview, and when the wind is coming from the north and it is raining, you're standing dry. Not so much when the wind is blowing from the south or southwest. The camera is now pointing more or less to the south. This is more or less looking to the southwest. And this is only the tiny little bit of overhang that the garage has. It's very little and tiny. So if it is blowing just a little bit and it's raining, you will still get wet here, just like you would when you're outdoors. That's a bit unfortunate. Lufthansa A319 up first, arriving from Frankfurt, and a Qatar arriving from Doha after that. Question is, where is that airplane arriving from Doha? The answer is there, silly. So a lovely two airplane glide slope shot in the foreground. Lufthansa flight 992 arriving from Frankfurt. 45 minutes on the way. 14 years old. It's the DAIBB. DAIB. After that, we are going to see a Qatar 777-300 from Doha. .400 times digital zoom. Particularly those lights look pixelated. I do see concentric circles around the lights, which usually means that you have proper focus and also proper lens alignment. At least with telescopes, that is what you do. Collimation. Really zoom excessively far into a star, a light source, a point light source. Then you can see if your lenses or mirrors are properly aligned. At least on the Canon that looks to be the case. Pixels. Next up, Qatar Airways, flight 273, arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 15 minutes on the way. The A7 BAT. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2013. And it is a 777-300ER. Now, I'm also seeing a little bit of blue to the left of me, to the east that is. So it's actually looking like the bit of blue is a bit more widespread and not just in one part of the sky. Nice wheelie. Bam. Now, the Emirates A380 is on its downwind leg, flying just north of Hilversum. Should be approaching in 10 minutes or so. Hey, that's a Pilatus or something. That landed on 06. Waiting to cross the runway so that it can go to the general aviation part of the platform. Bit more substantial opening in the sky. It looks like a bit more blue as well. If I look further. Now you're just about seeing the rooftop of the Corendon Hotel. So it's a bit more substantial opening here. A linear opening. However, if you look in the direction where the wind is blowing from, more grey clouds are coming. Pilatus PC12, thank you Maurice. Now the Emirates A380. I'm looking if I can see it already. Don't think I can. I think theoretically it should be within visual range, but I'm not sure I can see it already. Clouds are in the way. Right now I think this is the only airplane we can see. And that is the Embraer 190 arriving from Munich. And there is the 737-900 arriving from Berlin behind it. And behind it should be another 737 somewhere. It's really hard to see it. Don't think I see it already. The A380 is turning base. And including this airplane should be the fourth to land. Hey, go around. Interesting. So apparently just now we missed a go around that happened on 06. Right, 737-900. Where's the 737-800? There. Now behind it should be the A380. Come on, big behemoth, 2-story apartment building on wings. Ah, there it is. Should be able to see it. Nice combo shot there. Vaguely visible, now turning final, the Emirates A380 from Dubai, and not too far behind it, so it made up some time because it was initially a 10-minute gap between the two, is Suparna arriving from Nanjing in China. Or no, I think it is the A380 that is a little bit late. Right, there it is. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai, 7 hours underway. Took a different route because of what is going on in the Middle East. Normally speaking, on its normal route it would have flown around 6.5 hours, so it has taken a little detour to get here. The A6 EOB, 10 years old, first flight June 2014. Let's go digital. Digital zoom 400 times. Pixelated AF. So this is the penultimate airplane of the day. The very last airplane for today's show is going to be the 747 arriving behind the A380, which is now flying base, more or less. Suparna Airlines arriving from Nanjing in China. Oh, apologies. Using the A380. Shame on me. Shame, shame, shame. Slowly and surely more details are becoming apparent. And we can recognize it as an A380. Meanwhile, the 747 from Suparna is turning final. And another GE90 is being started. There it is, the flying apartment building on wings and wheels. Wheels too. Penultimate airplane of the day. It's going for the tight turn. Nice. Headshot coming in. Bam. Meanwhile, the last airplane of the day is approaching. Supporter Airlines flight 87413, arriving from Nanjing in China. The runway has been vacated. The A380 Super no longer on 36 right. Hey there, Paul. Good afternoon. Just in time. Last airplane of the day, Supporter Airlines, arriving from Nanjing in China. 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. It is the Bravo 10, 11 hours and 30 minutes on the way. Let's look and listen. Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, and I also see that there is a 777 freighter from Air China Cargo turning in, so not the very last airplane of the show then. I am going to stick around until the 777 from Air China Cargo has also landed. Air China Cargo no longer sending over their 747s, but 777s instead. Hey, no, huh? Wait. Huh? Flight radar is acting strange. Air China Cargo arriving from Shanghai. Is it coming this way or not? Well, the engine sounds are picking up on our Delta A330s. Indeed, Axel. Casual Global 6000 doing a cameo. Nothing to see. Now I do see the contours of a heavy 777. Air China Cargo arrived from Shanghai. Number 2 to land on 36 right, and that is going to be the last airplane of the day. Sticking around for it to land. Now the A380 already went ahead quite rapidly, taxiing to its gate. Still no signs of the LA A350 moving anytime soon, and Suparna Queen is doing a turn, giving us a butt shot momentarily. Her Majesty the Queen. 5th Queen, 4th to land on this runway during the stream. And here it is, Air China Cargo 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai. Last airplane of the day. Air China Cargo no longer flying the 747s to Schiphol Airport, sadly. Just the 777s. 11 hours and 49 minutes it has taken this 777 freighter to get here. She's 10 years old. Her first flight was in August 2014. This really is going to be the last airplane of the show. So I am going to go ahead and say a big thank you to everybody for tuning in. I had a wonderful time here and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. If you like the show and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already, to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future. And also to boost the algorithm if you think that this content is worth sharing with other people who might not have come across the channel yet, but who will also be interested in streams like these. A big thank you to everybody for the support in other forms as well. The super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, merch store purchases and PayPal donations. Thank you all so much. Moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Hopefully the weather tomorrow will be favorable, and if it is, I am going to go out again tomorrow. Hope to see you then. For now, I'm going to say take care, enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again soon. Bye for now.